let's begin. Okay. So the dream I had last night now Hollow Knight starts loading up. The dream I had last night was well, again, I'll start with Attuned, clear Attuned, and then go back to practicing Ascended. Lag a bit much. Direction to dash. Okay. Yeah, I was playing some Warcraft 3 custom map that it reminded me of part of the Night Elf campaign. Oh. Oh. But the units were different and had come on. Like, it looked like they were supposed to be normal Night Elf units, but they had different abilities and such. Then it switched into something that maybe was more like the bonus campaign. Well, not exactly. Well, anyways, I had, I think, 4 heroes. And then it turned into a base capturing thing. No, I needed to jump there. Double jump, rather. Oh, how'd I put it on Ascended? Ah, whatever. Well, it... dash in the air twice. Let's see. Well, it turned... Well... It was sort of like... wrong thing to do. Thought I dashed, shadow dashed through that. Ah. Hey, Perry. That. All right. I keep thinking I'm dashing away in time. Well, that time I did. Ah, come on. That was timing. That. Ow. Well, let's see. It's like this. I've been watching a lot of Hololive Rust streams recently. And I've watched some I guess let's plays of things like, I think the game's called Conan Exiles, or I think I've watched some Ark Survival a little bit. That was no good, clearly. Well, if I want to Descending Dark there, I think I need to do it immediately. Well, that was close. Back to practicing on Ascended. So it's like games where you can set out, you can sort of freeform build. And so it became a combination of this freeform building Warcraft 3 buildings, like the various town halls and stuff, and buildings that right. I'm on Ascent right now. Yeah, that didn't dash fast enough. And then attacking and fighting with groups of heroes. But it was almost like a first-person game as well, like Apex or Overwatch. Didn't jump high enough. Oh. Heal, heal, heal. Ah, too close, too close. And then was doing well, and then my team ended up fighting against a team with Aoi Todo from Jujutsu Kaisen on it. Those counters. And then, well, then it was just a fight between myself and Aoi Todo. Or it became that anyways. Ah! No good. And in my dreams, I'll often have sort of sleep paralysis manifest in my dreams. So in this dream, Todo used a sort of grappling style. Ah! Well, I think I mostly fought him to a draw. Well, that was the dream. Ah, close. Nope. There, I felt like I'd gotten too close and went and backed, and so went and backed up in a way that wasn't familiar with me, and so I, well, played poorly there. In that case. Let's see. In other news, I've pretty much finished memorizing Close to You by Miki in Japanese. So I'm gonna sing how much of that I can sing. Of course, while also fighting the boss. Might be hard. Oh no, I moved too soon. いた花は笑うようにただ綺麗で息を止めて眠る君はその笑顔を咲かせたままありがとうと僕は告げたいつものようにあの日のようにさようならの意味を知ればこの心が開けそうでただ素直にその心にその笑顔に触れたいから溢れ出す涙こらえて君を見つめては永遠を願い続けて日々の重ねてく限りあることだからその目に輝いた限りない心とその心を繋いでよいつもいつでもそばにいたいよと繰り返すほどにその手に握る尊さが届けない声は今静かに微笑んで全てを拒んで目を閉じたその景色は嘘に溶けて形のある限りのあるその姿はいつか気づて形のない限りのないこの心はどうすればいいただ素直にもう二人で歩くことはできないから溢れ出す涙こらえて空を見上げては永遠を願い続けて日々の重ねてく限りあるものだけがその目に輝いて限りないことをそのことを与えてよいつもいつでもそばにいたいよと繰り返すほどにそのIs that how the second verse goes? Also, I'm gonna sing a bit lower.溢れ出す涙こらえて空を見上げては永遠を願い続けて君を探してる alu mono dake ga. I'm having trouble focusing on it. Well, that's that then. At least for now. Nope. Nope. Yeah, I bet. Let's see. I'll look them up again, the lyrics, and, well, not look at them while fighting the boss. I'll maybe see how much I can remember. Oh, it is like that. I thought maybe the lyric at that particular part was different between the second and the first verse, but I guess it wasn't. I guess it was the same after all. I guess I can Descending Dark on the ground. I don't have to jump first, but I do need to actually hold down still though. Okay, I'll start from the second verse. Katachi no waru, kagiri no waru, sono sugata wa itsu ka kuchite, katachi no nai, kagiri no nai, kono kokoro wa do sureba ii. Right. Tada sunao ni mo futari de. Okay, that's good though. The timing is when I see the, well, teleport, but jump into the air, I just Descending Dark right away. And the iframes means I'm probably fine. If I'm fast enough. Yeah. Right. Maybe it depends on where he jumps from. So actually, does he? Oh yeah, he does teleport to it. Maybe that one's either it's a bit slower or something else is up. With my reactions and wrong. Oh, that's no good though. Triple slash is fast enough. I'm pretty sure I can't Descending Dark that. There goes Baldur's Show. That. Wrong direction to dash. Ah! And then I went inside the boss's hitbox. Oh no. Right. Being able to focus on... Well, focus. Focus on two things at once. Right. Tada sunao ni mo futari de aluku koto wa dekinai kara afurada sunamida koraete sora o miyagete wa ei no negai tsuzukete kimi o sagashiteru. Mono daka ga sono me ni kagayaite kagiri nai kodo o sono kodo o ataeto yo itsumo itsudemo soba ni itai yo to kerikaesu hodo ni sono te ni nigiru Olokasa ga modorenai hibi wa ima shizuka ni hoende subete o kobande me o tojita sono kesiki wa uso ni miete. Well, that's no good. Kulika esite, kagiri no waru, toki no naka de, demo kokoro ni, utsuru kimi wa, naze warau no ne. Oh, come on. I thought my shadow dash was up. Oi. Nope. No good. I think I already sang this part, but kulika esite, kagiri no waru, toki no naka de, demo kokoro ni, utsuru kimi wa, naze warau no ne. Wrong position. Wrong. I didn't descending dark there like I wanted to. Afuredasun namida koraete. Namida koraete kimi o mitsumete ta Ei no negai tsuzukete koko ni ikite iru Kagiri aru koto dakara sono me ni kagayaite Kagiri nai kokoro to sono kokoro Tsunaide yo itsumo itsudemo soba ni itai yo. Wait. Uh... Tonight yo itsumo itsudemo soba ni iruんだよ 溢れ出す涙思いは今時の中 Again meant to descending dark. Ah. Oh no. Timing. Timing and spacing. つないでよいつもいつでもそばにいるんだよ溢れ出す涙思いは今時を超えて形ないものだけが静かに微笑んで Nope. And I want to be descending dark earlier on that. Oh, I'm full. Oh no. Well, that's no good. Yep. And Shade Cloak wasn't up yet again. いつもいつでもつないでよいつもいつでもそばにいるんだよ溢れ出す涙思いは今時を超えて形ないものだけが静かの色づにつないでよいつもいつでもそばにいるんだよ溢れ出す涙思いは溢れ出す涙思いは今時を超えて形ないものだけが静かに色づいた限りある時のその中で少しだけ心に触れて Earlier descending dark. Earlier descending dark. I mean, I can do it then, but okay. Nope. That was the wrong thing to do. I need a drink. Yay. That's the pattern I like. Means I get a full 3 healing off and don't lose a Baldur shell. Oh, I didn't get away fast enough. Oh, Ah. Ah. Nope. Close. Oh, he did reach that far. I needed to try and parry that last one. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Now, what's the reason I'm doing the descending dark thing? Because it's not like the shadow dashing I've done, oh no, that timing. It's not like the shadow dashing I've done gets me into so much trouble, and then the Shade Soul and the Nail hit is fine. So presumably I'd be wanting to do that if I want to, well, certainly, oh, I'm full, right. Certainly if I don't want to heal, and stop jumping before it, and don't shadow dash into that lunge when the boss is so far away. Right. Right, conditions for doing is if I don't want to heal and I want to let's say stay close to the boss, and so then if I'm doing that, maybe I want to, yeah, and then maybe I'm doing more damage than with the Shade Soul. I'm not sure if when Pure Vessel leaps down like that, whether or not a Shade Soul is likely to hit him twice. That was no good. And even if it does, would the damage be more than Descending Dark? Because is it 2 or 3 hits that can happen with Descending Dark? Because I know Abyss Shriek will be that. No, I meant to. Oi! Oi! That's not what I wanted at all. Hit by thrown daggers twice in a row? Ow. Dang it. Descending Dark. Dive damage. Shockwave 1 damage, Shockwave 2 damage. Okay, says total damage is 88. That's with Shaman Stone. If I go to Shade Soul, it says with Shaman Stone is 40 damage. Adds. Go away. So it looks like Descending Dark. Let's see. If Shade Soul hits twice, then Descending Dark only does more damage if I hit all three. And the dive is I have to be sort of under him when under the boss when the boss leaps. But you know, maybe Shade Soul is not hitting twice, so I think the Descending Dark is more damage. It stays close, say, and oh, bother. So what? So doing Descending Dark there is a good pattern. How much? Damage does Nail do? Fully upgraded, but without any charms. Ah! Wrong one. Again, I need to be holding down. Ah! Like, I'm trying to learn a new pattern here, and so I'm messing up a little bit. Vanille. Pure Nail does 21 damage without charms. So say a Shade Soul and Nail hits 61. Descending Dark with just the two shockwaves is, I think it was 65. Oh. So and I can indeed get a nail hit in. So yeah, Descending Dark. Descending Dark is a good pattern. I just need to recognize the attack and activate it fast enough to not be getting hit, and also fast enough, let's say, to be getting the nail hit in. Yeah. Okay. No good. And of course, ideally I can hit the... meant to hold it down there. Ideally I can... no! I meant to hold it down. Probably I should try to heal up to 5 at least. Yeah, sack of boulder shell. Specifically because it basically let me get to 5. Gotta watch out for tentacles, right? Positioning, yes. Too slow. Quite. It's really down to the wire, ain't it? Oh no. Alright. Well, I'm pretty close to beating Pure Vessel Ascended and not being so fatigued from practicing it for about 3 hours the other day. So I should be, even accounting for fatigue, I should be able to beat Ascended Pure Vessel today. No. Nope. Okay, well anyways. Yeah, I got full of soul there and then wasn't spending it, and so that was not ideal. Oh no, too close. Okay, that was a bit weird. That just jumping and not attacking pattern is kind of rare, isn't it? So. That. Aye. Aye. I couldn't see. The boss was off the screen. It daggered, and then it daggered. And then I was expecting it to teleport closer to me since it was so far away. But then I just walked into the lunge. Boy. That's a right pain. No good, no good, no good. Dame. Okay, focus. I've got this. I just need to play smart and react quickly and... and eventually I'll win. Let's sack a ball to shell for a W. Ah, not fast enough. Oh no, that was the wrong button. Oh no, it was too close. Only barely. Ah. Hey. Now for a few streams, someone's come into the chat and put something. Someone said something in the chat and I've missed it for a while. It's because partially because I've only been streaming for not very long, but particularly because I'm full. What am I doing? I haven't had very many viewers. Well, that's because I haven't been streaming for very long, eh? Wrong thing. I meant to descending dart there. Not that I was all that fast about it. Anyway. Oh no, too close. I need to actually not step into that. Right. So, yeah, the reason is because I'm not used to looking at the chat regularly. And so I started at least trying to get in the habit of, wrong direction, of looking at the chat between every boss fight, at least while I've been doing pure vessel practice. Oh no, I got too close. Boy. And so hopefully I don't leave people hanging. Streaming is an actual skill that has to be developed? Well, it's because one's paying attention to more than one thing, right? Now, I don't remember particular studies, or whether I just heard it on like a SciShow or something on YouTube, but it's really hard to multitask. Typically what you're doing when you're multitasking is just, you're not actually doing two things simultaneously, you're just switching back and forth between two things really quickly. Well, there's also this idea of chunking. Well, fundamentally you can do two sort of micro things at the same time. Oh no. Actually, I'm going to look it up because I don't remember the number of chunks that that people can have in their working memory. The size of the chunks generally ranges from 2 to 6 items. Oh, items within the chunk. Oh, but okay, 2 to 6 items within chunk, but I thought it also said that you could hold a certain number of chunks at sort of the same time. Memory. Let's see. Here's an article. While some research suggests people are capable of storing between 5 and 9 units of information, more recent research posits that short-term memory has a capacity for about 4 chunks of information. Okay, so if I go off what I read there, it's something like, and actually maybe it's something I saw was that maybe that's in regards in particular to verbal memory, so maybe it's maybe it doesn't apply as broadly as I think it does, but if I go off that, it's something like a chunk. Descending dark already. A chunk can contain something like 2 to 6 units of information. maybe if it's numbers, maybe you've got a phone number memorized and it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So maybe, or I know the French will do 5 sets of 2. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, I guess it really is what is a unit of information, right? Because... Okay, yeah, here's the way I think about it. Too close to that, and then too slow on the descending dark to pull that off. And then... oh. Well, it's like this. You can count in different bases, right? And so... Oh. And so... if you think of one, like in base 10, one digit is one unit of information, and we can think about it that way. But in binary, one bit is, well, it's 1 bit of information, but then to go up to 8 that's 1 digit, but it's 3 bits. And so I guess the way I think about chunking is that you have a unit of information, and it doesn't matter whether it's a bit or a digit or a letter or a type of fruit or a boss attack out of several. What matters is there are units of information, and every one of those... even the most complex informational piece can be thought of as a single unit. It's just that all the units of information are related to each other in kind of a web. And yeah, there. And so, and also, all right, 5 masks. Good enough for now. Yeah, both. Let's see. Okay, we can say that, let's say a phone number, a 10-digit phone number. We could say it's made up of 10 digits as units of information. But we could also say that, right, if we've got a web or a graph, we've got these nodes. We could also say that this 10-digit phone number is a separate node. It just has connections to the nodes of each of its digits, and then also, well, I guess actually we'd probably want, I think it's called a hypergraph, where you're allowed to have, I guess, maybe you'd think of them as sort of maybe two-dimensional, or at least more than just linear edges. Well, I guess maybe the word edge would be maybe not correct anymore, but I guess what you do is have, wasn't fast enough on my response there. Oh, that was no good. You'd have a node representing a digit, and then you'd have a node representing the whole phone number, and then you'd have nodes representing you'd have nodes representing an ordinal place, the first digit, the second digit, and you'd have a hypergraph where you've got a node for each possible digit, a node for each place in the phone number, and a node for, let's say, a node for the one phone number, but we can also say a node for several different phone numbers. And then there would be hyper edges connecting oh no, I didn't double jump fast enough. That was no good. I keep expecting the tentacles, even though I haven't staggered, even though I think I hadn't staggered the boss enough to get them. It's because I'm distracted. Well, that's fine though, I mean. Well, anyways. Yeah, that. You'd have, right, so you'd have these, hyper edges. That was no good. And okay, I don't know if my sort of conceptual idea of units of information maps directly onto chunks or not. I think that maybe it does, but oh, I was out of soul. Really? My Shadow Dash was not up yet? Or I was just too slow, or was still in the hitbox when it ended, or... I didn't parry in time. It looked like that one would have had to been a double parry as well, which would have been difficult, but possible. Assuming I had enough distance to also not get stepped on as well. Well, okay, it's like this. If you've got some... I'll use the analogy, or I guess example, actually. I think just the word example works here. The example of language. So say you've got a word in one language, but also... Yeah, but... And my shade cloak wasn't up because I did it at a time that... Anyways. Say you've got a sound that's a word in one language and a different word in another language. Well, fundamentally, you've got the same audio data, and so in some sense it's the same information, but it means a different thing in the different languages. And so what I take that to be is that, okay, the spoken word is... it's not the same thing. The spoken word, the audio data or audio pattern does not have any intrinsic meaning, or rather, well, okay, there's an idea of intrinsic meaning or extrinsic meaning. Maybe I think that's the wrong framework, because I think that meaning is connections between certain patterns and certain other patterns. Okay, and so meaning, when we think of it, well, maybe we think of meaning in that way as okay, the meaning itself is not a pattern in the brain, say, but dang it, I healed 3 and lost 1 because of the timing and the positioning of that. That's unfortunate. Meaning to us is, well, I say it's, we could think of it as the pattern in the brain, but I think the pattern in the brain is actually, I think meaning is actually a connection between, say, patterns in the brain, for example, and patterns between, let's say, spoken word, but also connected to the same word written down, or let's say spelled phonetically in IPA, or if it's a number, then the number written out, or even, say, represented by even tally marks or dots. The connections, the web of connections themselves is meaning, I think. Not fast enough. I think when I'm doing the descending dark over there, I think I'm only hitting the boss with the end of it. So I think that in that case it's less damage. I need to sort of, well, you go against your natural instinct in fighting to always back away. You can dodge or block sometimes by going in closer. Well, in this case, I can hit more by going in closer. Or staying close, at least, I might say. Ah, nope, that's right. That was a bit awkward. Okay, 2 heal for a boulder shell. Except when I don't do it fast enough, of course. no. Nope. Okay. Let's see. Oh yes, okay, well the point is this. Say when you've got a unit of information, it's in a certain pattern, and it only becomes useful when that pattern has some connection to other patterns, right? Because that's when something has meaning. You can do something with it. If it's just the pattern on its own, nothing's happening with it. It's just a static thing. Right. Oh no, too close. Yeah, that. Sacrifice Baldur Shell for 2 heal, although 1 was the critical amount there. Hey, full heal. Let's go. Alright, let's try not to get hit until... Nice. Oh no, too close. Yeah, let's try not to get hit and burn the boss down. Didn't jump fast enough. Okay. Out of Baldur Shell. Okay. I didn't even get to 5. Oh, no, I'm not out of Baldur Shell yet. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, right. So the point is, the pattern is meaningful or useful when it's connected to other patterns. But the point is, the same pattern, let's say an audio pattern or a spoken word, will be connected to different patterns in different languages. And when I say connected to different patterns in different languages, I mean that if you speak this language or that language, then in your mind it will have a connection. That is, the one pattern will result in activity or it will sort of, if not produce necessarily, or if not produce automatically, produce at, well, maybe automatically, let's say. The one pattern will produce the other pattern. But say if one develops a language or develops a code, one can, if one develops a code, one can arbitrarily develop for those who know the code, connections between arbitrary patterns, and so and the same. Well, often I'll look at this in mathematics. Have all this soul, I should be spending it. Oh no. Well, that wasn't very good. I didn't dash fast enough. I needed to... I saw, I just didn't react fast enough, was all. Very annoying. Oh. No good. So you can have one bit of information, one unit of information, right, 0 or 1, represent a very complex thing. Oh, actually, you know what's a great example of this? If you've got a yes or no question. And let's say it's a very complicated question. Then yes or no, in itself, can be thought of as just one bit of information, a yes or no answer. But actually what yes or no means in response to a question, let's say a very complicated yes or no question, what you're saying is you actually mean a whole lot. Oh, no. And so you don't mean yes or no by itself, because they don't, just by themselves, it doesn't really have meaning. It's always in response to some question or query. Right. Maybe I should have healed that. Oh no. That was not the right way to go about things. That was also not the right way to go about things. Oh no. And okay. So what I think about then is that if I'm right in thinking this connection between units of information as essentially any arbitrary information, if I'm right that they can be connected to chunks in the way that I will describe here, then, okay, the way I think they're connected to chunks is like this. I think any arbitrary unit of information can become a chunk if we're thinking about chunks as these things that are stored in and worked with in short-term memory, in working memory. then I think that any essentially arbitrary information or data can be a chunk, assuming you've got the, let's say, the long-term memory. Or even the physical thing, like a physical information, like a book or even if it's not internal memory, even if you have some external reference, that can count as well. I meant to Descending Dark there. Well, anyways. Because you can... Let's say I give the title of a book, like now I have to remember books I've read. I like Brandon Sanderson, so let's go with The Way of Kings. If I say The Way of Kings, and you also are familiar with that book, or even if you just know about it, and maybe we've got the book in front of us, say we're speaking together face to face, and we've got the book in front of us, then keeps doing that. Then we can use the title of the book, The Way of Kings, as essentially a chunk. And then well, let's say we've got, let's actually say we'll use all the books in that series so far. The Way of Kings, Words of Radiance, Oathbringer, and Rhythm of War. Okay, all of these are positioning are a separate it's the same type of information. So we can call up the one chunk or the other. Down, you know. Or rather, I can use each chunk to, say, call up or ask about a bit of information, like there's this scene, and which book does it happen in? Does it happen in book 1? Does it happen in book 2? Or things like this chunk. One of the books is Way of Kings, and one of the books is Words of Radiance. Okay, which order do they go in? Which is the first and which is the second. So but when we're using that title, the Way of Kings or Words of Radiance, what we're actually referring to is not just the title itself. We're actually making useful reference that someone else can use to the contents of the whole books. So right, well, the meaning is the connection from the title to the actual books that one would actually turn the pages and read. Okay. Well, maybe it's also accurate to say, though, that the chunk is not... Well, the chunk is not the arbitrary information itself. But it's just a pointer for the information. Well, that's... Well, neurologically, the patterns are... Well, it's more complicated because we don't know much about consciousness. Scientifically speaking. But I meant the descending dark there. What is it doing? The only bad thing about that is when it reaches that... Nope, that's not how I meant to do things. Not really. Yeah, the only bad thing is that when it hits a stagger timing like that, it knocks out of the stagger, so I don't have time to heal, say. Ah, Shadow Dash not up. Right, neurologically speaking, you've got these neurons and you've got these action potentials, and you've got some physiological state that's a physical arrangement of matter. Possibly plus whatever consciousness might be. Though personally, I don't take a reductionist view. I don't think that consciousness can be reductionistically explained in terms of just the organization of a brain and states of neurons within it. Because, well, you've got a lot of things that are complex patterns, and let's say in child's development, as well as evolutionary development, let's say, you have some structures that will eventually become, or I say become, there's actually something to be said about what it means that one structure becomes another or changes into another. But I'm going to ignore that for now because it's a whole thing, and it's I think I can get my point. I think I can get my meaning across well enough, regardless of what kind of stance you might take on that. Right. So I say that you've got some structure that in some sense becomes a brain. But because it's something that happens continuously and not in discrete jumps, it's not a... We don't have a brain and suddenly there's a brain there. No, there become structures that are more and more brain-like and also more and more developed as a brain. Then what we can say is that, okay, we can ask the question, at what point do we think about there being consciousness here? Well, I say that it makes no sense to say that there's some point at which there's no consciousness, and then there's some threshold after which there is consciousness. No, there have to be gradations of consciousness. Okay. Well, what that means is that either... Okay, fundamentally, I think there are two possible places, or... Places? Is that the right word? Where consciousness could be. It could be either in structure or in matter itself. Well, if it's in structure, that's this would be a fairly reasonable take. But it's not like there's a particular difference in... It's not like there's necessarily a difference in kind between different structures. I mean... I mean, a single molecule of diatomic nitrogen is a structure. I mean, now actually, because we think there are several different types of fundamental particles, actually, we could say that there's something different about structure because of the difference of type of matter. Let's say. Or we could say, alternatively, that it's not just structure that makes up consciousness, but structure and matter, in some matter being... What I mean here is that the fact of different types of matter. Healing. Oh no. I needed to try to Boulder Shell there really quickly after I dashed. I wanted to find a time to get up to 5 masks. Well, anyways. But yeah, that's sort of conceptually why I'm running Boulder Shell. Not just because there are some times with, like, the Nova, or with the, there are some times where you can heal once, but there's some randomness in the placement of the next attack. And if you heal once before seeing where it's going, you may not have time to heal and get away, but you may have time to heal and begin the next heal, so take a hit on Boulder Shell. But if the attack doesn't hit you, then you get a chance to heal twice. Whereas if you wait for it, then maybe you only have time to heal once, or let's say you only have time to heal once if you wait to see where the Novas are. Then the difference is heal once, or have, let's just say, a 50-50 chance, although it's probably not 50-50 exactly, but let's say a 50-50 chance of getting 2 heals, and a 50-50 chance of getting 1 heal and sacking a Boulder Shell. So basically that's why I'm running Boulder Shell. And also because maybe if I get good enough, I'll just dodge the attacks like the tentacles. But maybe there's a state at which I'm pretty good, but there's still a chance that I make the wrong response to the tentacles. You know, dashing in like I've been doing, which is getting me killed. But then I happen to be fast enough to Boulder Shell and avoid it that way. So maybe. Yeah. Okay, where I was going with the other thing. I got distracted by talking about why I'm running Boulder Shell. Yeah, where was I? Oh yeah, about consciousness. Ha, he boss counterattack, but I was in my iframes. Let's heal up with sacrificing a Boulder Shell. If there were situations where I just sacrificed a Boulder Shell to heal, but didn't have opportunities to have a probabilistic second heal, then I probably wouldn't. I'd probably use something else besides Boulder Shell, but because there are genuine times where Boulder Shell can let me safely get an extra heal, then I ran out of Boulder Shell. Then I'll use it. Well, I wouldn't use it in Pantheon. Most likely. But if it's just the one boss fight, I can... Dang it. I forgot I had no Boulder Shell again. If it's just the one boss fight, I can if I'm good enough to not get hit too much, then usually I should be good enough to not run out all of my Baldur's Shell, sort of probabilistically. Okay, right, back to consciousness. Right, so maybe you say you need to at least have more than one type of fundamental particle, and that would be a difference in kind between certain patterns of matter and certain other patterns of matter. Whether that difference in kind means a difference in what we would call consciousness is still a question, but at least there's a difference in kind that could be related. But even just diatomic nitrogen, even atoms are made up of electrons and quarks, at least. In the the nucleons are made up of quarks. Well, that's probably enough to say that, okay, if you've got atoms, that's enough type of material to say, okay, now we care just about structure here. Well, as I said, diatomic nitrogen is a structure. Are we going to say that diatomic nitrogen has some tiny degree of consciousness? Well, maybe. We could. But as soon as we go, as soon as we're looking at just structure, then we also have another problem, is that overlapping structures, well, we might say, okay, what part of the brain or what part of the body is consciousness in? Well, again, if we say it's just structure and more or less any structure will do, and it's just a difference of degree, then we have a bit of a... It may not be a problem, but it may be. One thing is, do we mind if consciousness itself is a fluid and a continuous thing and not a discrete thing? Well, it's a bit curious because when we have consciousness, what we have is... Well, there's a question of free will, but I'll ignore that for now. At the very least, we have qualia. At the very least. That's... Well, actually, it's like this. We have qualia, but if we don't, then we have either some ability to have some internal free-willed thought, or we have both some free will in regards to our thoughts and we have external qualia, or we have just qualia. But I'm not seeing any way to avoid having both of those. I think it just... I just don't think there's anything conceptually that we could place as, oh, we have these experiences, but they're not qualia, and they're not something we really... Wrong button. I meant to dash away there. Yeah, I don't think we have anything... Well, obviously we have experiences. We have conscious experience. And I don't think there's any way to say, well, there's no outside external qualia, and there's no internal making of the experiences both. I think you have to have at least one of those. Right. Okay, so let's say that you're not some mind dreaming it's in a reality that doesn't exist. Let's say there's some external reality. Then we definitely have what's called qualia. Okay. I meant to nail strike and then dash really, really quickly, but I guess the timing and spacing were wrong to be able to pull that off. Like, maybe I could have nail dashed earlier or used my nail and then dashed quickly enough, but I wouldn't have hit the boss. So that's why I say the timing and spacing were wrong for it. Okay, so let's say you have at least qualia. Then, what was I getting at? What was I getting at? Oh, yes. Well, certainly my consciousness is, or at least so I claim to you, if we're being solipsistic about it, but let's not be, for now anyways. Well, I'm going to assume that any listener's consciousness too is not just the consciousness of a few molecules. We have light coming into our eyes, and we see color as qualia, and then we feel with our bodies and hear, and well, we experience with our senses in general, I'll say. Too close. And I need another drink. Then, if our consciousness is a structural phenomenon, then well, let's say, well, okay, we see things. Well, is consciousness in the eyes themselves? Well, maybe. But perhaps we believe that because the eyes are wired up in a certain way to the brain, maybe we say that, well, no, it's not the eyes themselves that have consciousness. It's a part of the brain that the eyes connect to. And, but actually, if we're saying that consciousness is structural, actually we have to say that, okay, there is a consciousness of the eyes. Does that mean the consciousness we experience includes the consciousness of the eyes? Well, maybe. If it doesn't, though, it means that there's some separate conscious entity that's the consciousness of the eyes, say. Okay, well, let's suppose that our consciousness includes the structure in the eyes as part of what makes up consciousness, if we're using this consciousness is in structure idea. Well, okay. We've also got a well, the eyes are definitely a sensory organ. Maybe we say we've got parts of the body that aren't sensory organs, though. Okay. Well, your skin is largely a sensory organ, but maybe... Well, actually, when we say sensory organ, what do we mean, actually? Because, you know, the eyes are receiving information as, you know, as the particles and as the molecular and cellular structures, they're all receiving information from the particles that are not them. Well, actually, when I say the particles that are not them, I assume that there are such things, that consciousness is not the whole universe. That is, my consciousness certainly doesn't seem to be the whole universe. Otherwise, I assume my qualia would be including information somehow from the whole universe. And I don't know, maybe it is, but it seems that I have certain qualia now where my body is located, and when I move into a different room, my qualia, my senses perceive that room and not this room. And so it seems that my consciousness is tied to my body somehow, right? And so maybe I'll put it like this. When I sense something, when I taste it, or touch it, or see it, my sense feels localized to where I'm sensing from. So, okay, I'll say that, yes, my skin, or at least the nerves underneath my skin, are sensory organs. And it's not just the traveling up to the brain itself that is only where sense is. Although there is a difference between sensing something with your consciousness and acting consciously. Well, let's suppose, just for the sake of argument, that there's no free will. Well, because it's sort of easier. Let's suppose, for the sake of argument, that there's no free will, and there's nothing particular about your consciousness itself that's required for the body to be doing anything. It's just, okay, the body reacts because the brain has the structure, the patterns necessary to cause the rest of the body to react in complex ways. Well, maybe well, let's say, suppose for the sake of argument that my consciousness is, if not distributed throughout my body, at least, because maybe distributed is the wrong word, it's at least, it depends on whether consciousness is a phenomenon that, we can talk about as being distributed. Now, if it's made up of structure, or at least intrinsically tied to structure, does it make sense to say it's distributed through the structure, or does it make more sense to say that it just is the whole structure? I guess the question I'm asking is, does distributed require the conceptualization of either some central point or... Actually, I think it's a moot point. Okay, I'll just say, let's suppose that my consciousness is distributed throughout my body, at least throughout my whole nervous system, let's say. Well, the question is, what is my nervous system? Maybe now there's clear delineation between nerve cells and non-nerve cells, but again, in development, as a child, I didn't start with all of the nerve cells I have, and all the cells I have. They differentiate it, they split at some point. And when they're splitting, again, is it one cell? When does one cell become two cells? I mean, clearly, when we've got two cells, we can... And maybe it's just... Maybe we've got a distinctive problem of... Is one cell and is another cell... Is a cell actually a thing that we can talk about? Well, this is basically the same thing as the problem of universals. And as far as that goes, I say I'm nominally a nominalist. We give names to things because, essentially because it's a useful distinction to make. Well, the material, even if at the atomic level, it's really hard to tell what is the material that makes up this cell at any given time. You can... You can probably say something like, okay, well, within this frame of time, within this snapshot, or within this small duration, there's this amount of material that definitely is part of the cell, or makes up the cell, and there's this other material that's definitely not part of the cell, and then there's some small amount of material that, let's say, during a small frame of time, we're not sure if it's part of the cell or not, but we can still say it's useful to talk about the cell as containing these elements and not these elements, and maybe these elements, or not. Okay, well, the problem is still, as the cells divide and as they develop, especially from a, what's the term, zygote, I think? Just a single fertilized egg, and from then on. Although again, before that, there's more complexities, right? But let's just start from there. Well, it's not clear that you have a nervous system exactly, and that that's delineated from the rest of your body for whatever, or rather what will, again, quote unquote, become your body. Well, the problem seems to be that because these structures are always changing and the matter in them is always moving in and out of certain things we call certain structures, then we can say that basically we can say that we don't have any particular reason to localize consciousness to just, oh, a nervous system, or just, oh, a body, or just, oh, even something like all of the matter in its structure in a whole room even. We have no reason to localize its consciousness like that. But the problem is, our consciousness does seem to be localized. And I'm going to make what's essentially a statistical argument. Well, solipsistically, my own consciousness is the only consciousness I experience. This consciousness seems to be localized in my body, and whether that includes all parts of my body or whether there's some sort of restriction to just the nervous system or some sort of restriction to just the part of the nerves that are in what's called my brain. Or whether it's even localized to very particular small parts of my brain. In any case, my consciousness, seems to be located at least somewhere in my body. Okay. So that seems to be the case. Otherwise, why am I not experiencing... Why do I not seem to be experiencing the whole universe all together all at once in some way? Well, certainly I'm not experiencing the experiences of other people. And we might say maybe the experience of other matter that's not, let's say, other people is actually different. I am actually experiencing that other matter. I just don't recognize it as such because the experience is of a different, let's say, degree than the type of experience I have within a complex and organized structure like my body and my brain. But certainly I'm not experiencing the experiences of other people. And, they have bodies and brains. Again, we're not going to go the fully solipsistic thing of, no, there isn't actually any external reality. I'm not going to go with that. So, okay, it's clear that my consciousness is localized, at least, let's say, somewhere in my body. Or at least... Yeah, somewhere in my body. Okay, the question is why? Why is... my experience of, say, let's say this brain and not all brains. Now, it may be the case that it may well be the case that, well, I say may well. I suppose it's possible, I should say, that it could be the case that, suppose a hypothetical consciousness that experiences all of the brains, all of the people. I mean, it's still the case that these brains aren't necessarily directly communicating with each other, you know, as long as there's not something about consciousness that enables action globally across all, from all, any experience to all, yeah, assuming there's no free will that would enable from all of consciousness experience the manipulation of information and then the manipulation of matter, let's say, across all of where the consciousness is distributed, then, well, it's possible to, say, experience, let's say, multiple brains, but have them not communicate with each other in a way that's active, but well, essentially what we have to say, though, is the fact that I experience not these other brains and bodies means that if we're going with structure, then there's something different about the structure of my body that means that whatever consciousness is experiencing my body is not distributed to all of the bodies. Okay, maybe we could try something like there's a physical gap in that the structure between my body and another's body is because of this, all this material that's not very organized and complicated that's in the way. Well, all that does is say again that my consciousness is located somewhere in my body. Okay, I think I've overdone the point. I think I can. I've basically proven that my consciousness is located in my body, or localized to my body, and that my own consciousness is not including the whatever minuscule bits of consciousness we would suppose all matter or all structures of matter to have if consciousness is just a structural phenomenon. Okay. Then the question is, why? Why is my consciousness located in my body? It's the same kind of question as both the so-called doomsday argument. Well, no. Maybe it's related to the doomsday argument, but maybe not. It's maybe not as direct. It's related to the Well, it's related to the idea of what's called a Boltzmann brain. It's related to... Oh, yeah. Now I remember. The anthropic principle and the Copernican principle. Those two. The anthropic principle basically says that as an observer, and this is defined in relation to being a conscious being, let's say, to consciously observe or experience something, we have to live in a universe, let's say, that could be consciously observed or experienced. We can't live in a type of universe that would not allow for the types of beings or experiences that we have. Okay. The Copernican principle states that we should expect, assuming there's multiple observers, and assuming there's multiple kinds of observers, I mean, the problem's solved if there's only one type of observer. But if there are multiple types of observers, then we should assume that we are a typical type of observer, or that we live in a typical part of the universe, that our experiences are typical of the total experiences of all the possible types of experiences. Now, this is a probabilistic argument, and the Copernican principle, together with the anthropic principle, means that we have typical experiences among what we can call experiences. Well, or typical consciousness among all consciousness of the type that can be having this particular type of consciousness. It gets complicated, but basically, okay, there's, let's say, the consciousness within the structure of diatomic nitrogen, whatever tiny amount of consciousness that is. Then, well, surely that's a more common type of consciousness than the consciousness of, let's say, hypothetically, a whole body. But it's also the case that such a consciousness would not be, let's say, having this discussion. Well, does that matter, though? It's actually really complicated whether and how much that matters. I think it's an unsolved, I think it's an open question in philosophy. I don't think there's any real sort of philosophical consensus about that. I don't think. Or, you know, maybe I just hadn't been talking to the right philosophers. But then again, the problem is, what is the justification? Okay, the justification for exactly if and how much, and exactly how much that matters, is certainly not something I have a solution to. Okay. Or a justification for. Yes. Okay. But again, if we're saying consciousness emerges out of structure, the structure of matter, then there's also a lot of overlapping consciousnesses. Really. There's the consciousness that's... Well, because we're not taking consciousness to be a universal, I'm not experiencing the whole universe at once, right? Because it's localized. Actually, we don't have to say that consciousness is overlapping. I meant to descending dark there. But then we're actually getting away from consciousness as just an emergent phenomena of structure. Again, I meant to descending dark there. Because then there's something additional that chooses the boundaries of structures. That's something on top of just emerging out of structure. Okay. What that means is, if we're sticking to consciousness as just emergent, there is overlapping consciousnesses. That is part of the flow of the structure of all matter. Okay. So that actually makes the question harder of... Well, does it have to be the experience of the whole body, or the whole brain, or the whole nervous system, or whatever part of the brain or nervous system or body that we suppose my consciousness is localized to? Because it has to be localized somewhere. And maybe the localization itself can flow, but still, it's at any given point of time, or any given snapshot of experience, I should say, it has to be localized to whatever's doing the experiencing. We might define the localization like that. It's consciousness is localized by definition to whatever consciousness is experiencing, and whether that includes just the brain or some part of the brain or the eyes and the whole, or the whole nervous system or the whole body is an open question. But at any given snapshot of experience, consciousness is localized to the experience itself. Whatever part of matter and structure of matter is doing the experiencing, if the experience itself is emergent from structure and the structure of matter. Well then, it's localized but overlapping, and so there is a consciousness of the eyes, say, and there is a consciousness of this one particular nerve, or this one particular chain of nerves somewhere in my body. Well then, because these, because we're taking a nominal view here, a nominalist view here, then there's also a consciousness of, let's say, my big right toe, but then also all the matter within, let's say, 1 centimeter distance of it. Well, that includes a bit more into my body, but also matter that's outside my body, let's say. And there's a consciousness. They don't even have to be joint. The structure doesn't even have to be bound by being close in space. We could say even the consciousness of my computer over here plus that table in the other room, right? And if we don't have any reason to define to externally or metaphysically define boundaries between structures, then we have to include these as possible consciousnesses. We could have the consciousness that is me, the consciousness that is my body, as I think of it, minus my left arm. Well, okay. Basically, it looks really complicated, but I contend, I say that we actually, statistically speaking, that our consciousness seems to be localized in our bodies in whatever manner it actually is localized. It seems to be essentially a statistical impossibility. And again, actually it's impossible to say because we actually don't know where I don't know where my consciousness is localized. It could be my whole body, or my whole nervous system, or my whole brain, or a particular region, or particular structures in my brain. And I don't know. But suppose hypothetically it's my whole body. Well, I seem to experience my whole body and not my whole body minus my left arm. Okay. I seem to receive qualia from, yes, my left arm, and or at least, or if it's my whole nervous system, or let's say my whole brain, then it seems to not disclude the part of my brain that's more directly associated with dealing with the senses in my left arm. Okay, so it seems to be either yes, my whole body, or yes, my whole brain, or whole nervous system, or yes, a particular region of my brain, but one that is related to all of my brain and all of my body in a certain way, and not discluding certain things just because we arbitrarily say, even though it's within the same type of structure or area, we just disclude this arbitrarily. Well, that seems kind of statistically impossible. If I've made my argument correctly. Okay. Therefore, I reject the notion that consciousness emerges solely from structure as an as a reductionistic emergence. Okay. So I say consciousness is not just emergent from the structure of matter. Though, that doesn't mean I'm discluding structure as relating to consciousness. But it's not just structure. Okay. What about consciousness as within, not structure of matter, but within matter itself? Matter itself is consciousness. Okay, what about this? Well, again, we have a similar kind of problem where consciousness is localized and isn't the whole of the universe. Oh, I thought I couldn't be reached. I was just within reach. Well, can we say all matter is consciousness? For the same statistical... The same argument ending in a statistical impossibility, or we might say improbability because it's technically possible, because it has to be possible according to the I say possible but with 0% probability. It's yeah, possible with 0% probability is how you'd say it mathematically. Okay, so it's not just matter itself. Can it be a combination of structure of matter itself and structure of matter? Could be. It depends on where what the external locus of the external cause of the localization of consciousness is. Can you using a combination of matter itself and emergent structure of matter have both the ground for consciousness itself and the cause or law that causes consciousness to be localized? I don't see how, and here's why. It's because matter itself is scattered throughout all these things, and as matter itself is not localized, and structure itself is not localized. And then what would be required would be to use the non-local nature of matter and the non-local nature of structure in some kind of combination to create a localized phenomenon. And again, it can't just be a nominal phenomenon. It has to be a metaphysical phenomenon. Otherwise, we're contending with with my argument here for either one on its own, or the same argument, or analogous argument. Oh, that was bad. Oh, right. Oh. Healing, healing, healing time. Okay, getting 2 heals there puts me at 5, so... Right, so the question... Now, at least immediately, I don't see how matter as a non-local phenomena and structure as a non-local phenomenon can combine into consciousness as a local phenomenon metaphysically and not just nominally. Because, of course, a car is a nominal phenomenon or nominal structure, right? You know, just like a phone is a nominal structure, and my computer and that table in the other room and this chunk of air in a cubic meter above the North Pole is a nominal, it's something I can name, right? That's conceivable. Yeah, so I don't see how... See, I'm trying to figure out if I can figure out a framework in which to think, in which, if there is a way, if hypothetically there is a way in which these two non-local phenomena can produce, without some external thing like nominal, like a name, I'm trying to figure out if there's a way in which I can think where, if hypothetically there's a way in which those non-local phenomena together could combine to produce a local phenomena, that if such a way exists, that could I think about a way in which to find it? Because it's sort of an epistemological question of, okay, I know, simply speaking, that one non-local phenomena is by definition not a local phenomena, and the other non-local phenomena by definition is not a local phenomena. But is it the case that, is it necessarily the case that two non-local phenomena is definitionally or axiomatically not having a local phenomena? And I think it's true, but I think the argument is a little bit subtle, but I don't see how it's possible for these two non-local phenomena to be to combine into a local phenomena. Okay, so then why consciousness? And why localized consciousness? Basically what it says is that what we've said is that no, reductionistic emergence as an explanation for consciousness is wrong. It's untenable. That means that consciousness must have some other ground. Well, okay. Do the materialists have do they believe in anything else that could possibly ground consciousness that would be included already in the materialistic schema? I don't think they do. I think it's essentially within the definition of materialism that matter and structure, even if they're not the only things that exist within a materialist worldview, they are the only things that a materialist worldview takes into account and works with. Well, that's fine. You can have a pragmatic materialism just fine. But just a pragmatic materialism, I'm saying, is incomplete. Unless, of course, we... And here's one of the positions that I consider to actually be tenable. Is that consciousness is not something that's in all matter or is a structure, is a thing that's because of the structure of matter. I think that consciousness is matter itself. And what I mean by that, and how I differentiate that from being consciousness is in matter, it requires using what I would call a phase space, or I think in mathematical terminology, phase space is fine. I think in physics terminology, phase space means something a little more particular. But you could also say vector space. Let's say. And maybe vector space is good enough. But I know what I mean when I say phase space, and when I don't mean the particular physics definition of phase space. I could also say something like a possibility space as well. Well, I particularly like using phase space. I think I can use a very useful definition of phase space that is broadly useful, that is also more broad than, or at least potentially more broad than, certainly not less broad than the terms vector space, or certainly not less broad than the term possibility space. And I think the way I'm using it as I'm defining it is very useful to still use the term phase space rather than the others. Okay. It's like this. When I think of a phase space in this manner, I think there are, maybe you could get it down to two things, but conceptually I think of three things that make up what I'm calling a phase space, or what I've termed in rather lengthier words, what I call the abstract world in the frame of systems. Oh, actually, I guess I'll call it a system space. Yeah, I'll call it a system space. Okay, well that's good. I've thought about this a long time, and I've developed my thought a little bit, at least on the terminology front. Although I did develop a little bit here on my arguments against reductionistic emergence of consciousness. I've formulated my arguments a little bit more clearly and completely. Okay, yes. No, wrong way. I meant to actually turn around there. Oi. Missing out on damage because you cast your spell in the... Oi. Spacing. Oh no. Too close. Okay, I've better formulated my arguments against the reductionist view of consciousness. And I've gone through my terminology enough to say that, okay, I'll actually use the term system space. Okay. So what I call a system space is comprised of three things. Maybe it's possible to define things cleverly enough and get it down to two, but I think maybe it's not that it may or may not be a useful exercise. But I'm going to say a system space is comprised of three things. A space that is like a phase space or a vector space or a possibility space. Matter within that space, and law that governs, essentially that is either a dynamic law that governs how one configuration of matter and space and matter within the space can change, or possibly also static laws of what kinds of spaces and configurations of spaces and matter within those spaces are conceptually possible. Basically, this third element of law is probably most useful as a dynamic element, but it can also be used essentially as containing the idea of the principle of non-contradiction, if that makes sense. Spacing. One heal for a boulder shell is... oh no. I didn't have enough soul to have the next boulder shell sacrifice. Okay, so within a system space, there is space, matter, and law. Okay. I like to use examples like chess or various types of mathematical games for this. So chess, we can think of it in one way. We can think of it as the space is the 64 squares of the board, the 8x8 discrete grid. And spaces can be discrete or continuous, conceptually speaking, and matter can be discrete or continuous, conceptually speaking, within a system space. Okay, so in chess we've got a space, that's the 8x8 square grid, and then we've got matter, that's the pieces, and we've got 12 different types of matter within classical chess. That's not counting variations. We'll just go with classical chess. Because you've got the 6 types of pieces. No, I think it's 5. Is that right? King, queen. No, it's 6. King, queen, rook, bishop, knight, pawn. And then of both colors. So 12 types of matter within an 8x8 discrete space. And law, which is the rules by which chess is played. That's one conceptualization. That's one way to put chess into a system space. But there's an equivalent way to put chess into a system space, and that's with what's called a game tree. And this is very common in game theory and mathematics about games. You don't represent the game as, well, you don't just represent a game as the representation that you commonly use when you're playing, you know, typical games like chess and Go with people. Or, you know, Risk or Monopoly. Although those ones are maybe a little bit more complicated in terms of the amounts of types of matter or laws that they have. We can do games like tic-tac-toe or Connect Four or checkers as well as even simpler examples. But I don't need, because in order to describe a game tree, I don't need to actually draw out the game tree for a particular game. Chess is a fine example. So what a game tree is okay, in chess, for the first turn, the white player has 20 possible moves. Also, no matter what white does on their first turn, black, for their first turn, has 20 possible moves. And then it gets more complicated where the game tree will have a particular structure, and sometimes there are fewer legal moves, and sometimes there are more. And there are things called transpositions where you'll make you'll have a different move order but get to the same position. Yeah, so the space in the conceptualization of a game tree, every time there are some number of possible moves that can be made from a certain position, the given position is one node in a tree-like graph. And then I meant to parry that. Well, anyways, every time there is for every possible move, there is a branch that goes to a new node. And in every position that could have led to it has a branch that came from that node to the node of the current position. Okay, so that's the space in a game tree representation of chess. Oh no, I thought I got out of... I thought I had been far enough away from the nova. Right. Okay. So the space is not the 64 squares then, the space is the game tree, this branching graph. The matter then no. Well, here's one way to visualize it. When you play chess, chess as a game is not someone played chess once and the game of chess is now done. They played a game of chess, but other people can play different games of chess. Okay, so the space in this in this framework, the space is the game tree. The matter, or the law, is the rules about how one can move along the game tree. One player takes a turn moving down a branch, and then the other player takes a turn moving down the branch, or down their branches. And if you're playing chess as a played game and not as, let's say, a studied game where maybe you play some moves and then you take some moves back and then you look at a different opening. If you're thinking of chess as a played game, then the rules are something like one player moves on even moves, one player chooses a branch and goes down and not up, and then on odd moves, the other player chooses a branch and goes down. That's law, and then matter in this case would be all the different chess games that are played. I play a chess game, we have a point of matter that, well, either is created or already existed, depending on how you conceptualize it. I start a chess game, a point of matter is created at the top of the game tree, and then, according to law, this point of matter moves down the game tree. Well, we see how in this conceptualization, well, we have two different ways of thinking about it. Space as the chessboard and matter as the chess pieces, and law as the rules of the chess game. I got my keys mixed up. I got my controls mixed up. Cause I ended up focusing too much on what I was saying to respond appropriately to the boss. Yeah, so we have one conceptualization of matter as space as the chess board, and matter as the chess pieces, and the rule and law being the rules of the chess game. In this game tree conception, space is the game tree, matter is individual chess games, and law is a more general law of following a game tree that's more general than just the rules of chess. Well, in the same way, I think that the world, the universe, say, can be thought of as space-time, because a time-like dimension counts as space for what I'm saying here. We have space as space-time. We have matter as the matter in the universe. And we have law being the laws of the universe, the forces and laws that govern how matter and space behave. But we can also think of it in a game tree-like manner. Now, it's not going to be a discrete game tree, probably. At least not discrete enough that we can actually realistically use a discrete game tree. But let's say it includes a, let's say, continuous space for the sake of argument. That is the space of all possible states of the universe, rather than the space-time that is how space and time are at the present moment. The space is the state space. Yeah, that's another word, is state space. Yes. Oh no. I need to heal. Or I ought to heal, if I don't want to die in one hit. Ah, hi. I thought I dashed fast enough. Okay, so we can think of space then as a state space of the possible states of the universe, let's say. Matter as, well, let's say matter as, let's go, for example, with the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics for a bit here. So we have the universe splitting into many worlds, like a game tree, except more complicated than any game tree you could ever write down, or any game you could ever, like, think of, practically speaking. I meant the descending dark there. Hey! Lots of heals, but then I messed up and took 4 damage again. Oh, close. 5 hit points is a threshold? Or 5 masks? Yeah, hit points, masks, same thing. Ah, ow. 1 mask. Oh, I couldn't. How? Yeah, I can't. I can't really dash through Pure Vessel unless Pure Vessel is moving at me, because I don't have Sharp Shadow and can't get the long dashes. Okay, yeah, so actually we don't even need the Everett interpretation. Actually, the Everett interpretation of quantum mechanics, it doesn't hurt for reasons I could explain later, but we actually don't need the Everett interpretation. So if we've got quantum mechanics, then we can think of space as the possibility space. I didn't dash fast enough. No good. We can think of matter being one. We can think of matter, in this case, as one, let's say, particle of matter that is the universe, one universe, within possible states of the universe. And law governs... I thought I meant to start healing there, but it didn't. I think I pressed the heal button before the other animation was finished and it didn't go off. Okay. Right. Matter as one universe within the space that is the possible states of the universe, and law being that which governs how the universe moves from one state to another according to the theories we have, like general relativity and quantum mechanics. Not that those are complete at the moment, but within whatever set of laws ends up being correct once we hypothetically figure it all out. Oh no. Let's go. Ah, thought I dashed in time. But I think it was still during the nail animation. Well, that's one way of thinking about matter. That isn't matter as consciousness, though. That's matter as the whole universe. But out of possible, let's say, alternate universes, say, but it's one step towards the abstraction that I need to be able to use consciousness as matter and have it make sense. Ah. Well, actually, strictly speaking, we don't necessarily need to use consciousness as matter. We can say that consciousness is law itself, and that well, we've abstracted away from matter being matter within this system and the universe as matter, as a thing that moves, as a discrete, let's say discrete thing, that moves within the space that is the possible states of the universe. Which isn't to say that it doesn't make sense. Which isn't to say that matter doesn't exist. It's only to say that there are two frameworks we can use here, and perhaps they're equivalent, but they both can be useful in their own ways. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I think it's also possible. Here's a conceptualization. Here's a tentative framework I have that I think may be useful in addition to these. It treats space within a system space as states of being, essentially, and matter as conscious beings, and law as that which moves a conscious being from one state of being to another state of being. Now, of course, all your states of being are, Hayai. Did I get it? Did I win? Ah! He teleported to the middle right on top of me! There's enough hit points for another stagger there. And then I got teleported on. Ow. That makes Radiant Pure Vessel a pain, doesn't it? On top of a lot of the attacks being you have to be very fast to react to. Okay, so in that framework, I like to consider space as basically states of being, which, well, it would include one state of being in relation to the rest of the universe. So it does include the idea of states of the universe as well. It's just more focused conceptually. It may end up being more or less equivalent. Well, and the idea is that on the whole it's equivalent, but space as states of being and space as states of the universe as the space part of space, matter, and law are different, though. Yeah, so space as states of being, matter as conscious beings, supposing there exists not a continuum flow of consciousness, but actual singular conscious beings. That's my axiom there. Should I heal? I mean, I'm at 5, so I can not heal if I like, but I'll go ahead and heal. Nice and nice. That's not what I meant to do. But it's fine, I didn't die. Wow. I can hardly believe I was out of range of that. I needed to bring up Boulder Shell there. Oh, I'm at 5, which is... Oh, no. Well, now I'm at 1. No, I didn't dash fast enough. I saw it, and I think it was just barely too slow. Probably. Though it's possible I would have landed in Pure Vessel's hitbox anyways, at that spacing. Yeah, so space as states of being, matter as discrete conscious beings, and that's an axiom, and then law governing how those beings change their states of, well, how their states of being are changed, and how the space of what states of being are possible also change as everything changes. Now, because I've been talking about it, I'd also like to bring up the topics of quantum mechanics and free will. What you'll hear from the deterministic types is that, in regards to consciousness, is that quantum mechanics couldn't be a source of free will, at least not for any meaningful definition of free will, because it's random, right? When we think of free will and making free choices, we don't think of making choices randomly. We think of making choices because we think of making choices deliberately. Now, Cosmic Skeptic, the YouTube channel Cosmic Skeptic, Alex O'Connor, has some great material on this. He is on the deterministic side, and it's not the side I hold, although I think it's quite tenable. At least without other, without talking about whether you hold other positions for or against certain things. I think both determinism and free will are tenable as here's arguments on the determinism side. Let's see. Okay, it goes something like this. One argument is that, well, okay, the obvious argument, that's the Newtonian argument, and this is before quantum mechanics. The Newtonian argument is that all matter behaves according to strict laws deterministically. And, well, this is, well, it's a good argument as far as Newtonian mechanics goes. Free will wouldn't mean much as a term if you don't have different choices that can lead to different outcomes. Then, let's see. I'm doing well this run. Oh, well, I got hit there. Oh no. Ah, come on, the timing was just wrong. I thought I could do 2 heals and sack a Balder shell. Did I count my soul properly? I thought I saw I had enough, but maybe not. But I think the timing was wrong anyways. Okay, then there's arguments. Again, I'll start with Newtonian mechanics. Well, actually, no. Hold on. Okay. No, not with Newtonian mechanics on this one. I'll go with, I'll step away from the metaphysics of physics debate for a second here. And yeah, I'll step away from the physics part of the metaphysics for a second here, at least in terms of focus. Oh no, because of course it's still relevant, of course. Hey. Oh no. Diamond Ace. I can't even beat the 3rd Pantheon. Welcome to the chat. Hope you like philosophy, because that's what I'm talking about. Let's, while I'm not too distracted by the boss to talk about it. Where was I? Oh, wrong. Yeah, see, I got myself distracted. And definitely I can only respond to the boss in between, or I can only respond to chat in between fighting the boss, because it's just too much to look over at chat and look at the screen. Oh no. Keep dying to Sly. What part are you dying at? Is it the first phase or the second phase? I know that when I fight Sly, I like to use Mark of Pride, because during the second phase, it's really hard to hit Sly without the extra range. Okay, and then see, that's why I can't look over at chat. I got hit at the beginning. Let's see. I can't tell you strategy right now. I mean, other than the meme get good, but I should have used that the stagger to heal. Okay. Another one of the arguments against free will, and I think it's reasonable, is that is to ask, okay, why does someone do something? If suppose someone has free will, okay, why do they make this choice or that choice? And it's a regression problem. Oh no. The beginning of Sly. Let's see. What do I like to use against Sly as far as charms goes? I like Mark of Pride. Are you the kind of guy who uses quick focus in your builds? Now Sly's pretty quick. There are times you can heal. Let's see. That may or may not be helpful for you, depending on if you find times to heal. Carefree Melody is something you can try Yeah, Carefree Melody is something to try. Now, do you typically use like spells with Shaman Stone or Fragile Strength? Or do you even like to use both? If you do use both, probably a Soul Gathering Charm would be good. Let's see, if you use Fragile Strength and Quick Slash, I don't know that much about Quick Slash builds because I personally don't use it that much. one of the builds I like to use sometimes is Grub Song and sometimes Weaver Song builds. And try to put in extra damage with Weaver Song and get soul from Weaver Song and Grub Song. Yeah. Spacing. Oh. But I know that Grub Song and also Weaver Song aren't for oh no. Grub Song and Weaver Song aren't for everyone. I needed to try to heal with Balder Shell there. It's my instincts, my presence of mind is maybe not enough that I haven't been able to use Balder Shell there yet. Okay, let's see. Strength, Shaman Stone, Quick Slash, Spell Twister. Okay. Yeah. Well, Quick Slash is something that does help you get... Quick Slash can help you get soul, and Spell Twister does make it cheaper. Now, when you say you keep dying to Sly, is that in the Pantheon or just solo? If you're dying to Sly because also you... If you're dying to Sly because you're too low from the previous fights to beat him, that's one thing. Let's see. If it's dying to Sly on its own, then let's see. First, I'm going to assume that when you say you keep dying to Sly, you are doing practice in the Hall of Gods and not just only practicing when you get to the end of the Pantheon. Let's see. Oh, that was the wrong button. I meant... Ow. One thing I'll do sometimes when I keep dying to a boss is... well, let's see. If you're dying in the first phase, then one thing you could try for practice is... Oh, okay. Yeah, so what I'd recommend then is going down to Hall of Gods and practicing Sly until you beat Sly attuned, and then until you beat Sly ascended, where you're taking double damage. And if you're just practicing the one boss, then if you beat them ascended, where you're taking double damage, then by the time you get to them in the Pantheon... oh, that was bad. by the time you get to them in the Pantheon, then you're more likely to be able to beat them with just when they're doing just regular damage, even if you start out somewhat injured. Another thing I can recommend is that if you have trouble beating a boss ascended, practice with if one has trouble beating a boss, practice, and if it's in the first phase that keeps dying to, practice with like no damage charms and all survivability charms to just survive as long as you can until you get used to the attacks is a thing you can do. Well, that's if you're dying in the first phase at least. Sometimes you can even do it if you're dying in later phases, but if you can reach the later phases without having the plus damage, it depends. Yeah. And personally, I haven't... Have I actually beaten any bosses on Radiant? Maybe on my old save file before I started streaming. Well, yeah, it's not like I have anything to say that's groundbreaking. It's just, it's just sort of regular advice. And I don't know if you are actually looking for advice or not, or if you just wanted to get a yeah, I feel ya sort of thing. 'Cause Sly can be a tricky boss. Oh, Zote. Yeah, Zote's a pain. I'm not sure if I have anything to say about Zote in particular. Oh yeah, the spacing there was if I can get a stagger soon, I'd like to. Oh no! I was gonna say I'd like to heal, but then I ran into... Then I got inside the hitbox. Now, I think I said it earlier about the charms I'm using right now. I've been using Shaman Stone. I think it's called Soul Eater is the 4-cost one. And I've been using Baldur's Shell. Now, I don't think Baldur's Shell is a generally top-tier charm. I think that... Oh, my Shadow Dash wasn't up yet. Ow. Bad timing. I needed to... That feels bad. The one I think, well, one reason I'm using Baldur's Shell is because I'm a little bit bad, and because when it does the throwing knives or the pillars, sometimes I'm not positioned great, and so avoid taking 4 damage is good. But I've been improving on my positioning on that, so... But that's not the main reason, that's just a little side reason. Oh no. Oh, that was... I needed to dash there. It's during the big nova. I know the wiki calls the attack something else, but I'm calling it Nova Burst because I don't remember. During that, ow, wasn't fast enough. I like to... That's one of the times where it's easiest to heal. Shade Cloak. Shade Cloak timing. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. So it's got the big nova around the boss, and then after that, it'll do a bunch of little novas. Well, you can wait for the little novas, and then position outside of them, and let's say you can get 1 heal in. But if you get outside of the big nova, let's say with a dash, or let's say you're already outside of it because positioning, if instead of waiting for the little novas, ow, with Baldur's Shell, I can start healing right away, and if a nova ends up on top of me, then the Baldur Shell will absorb it, because a lot of times if I start healing before the novas appear and one appears on top of me, I won't have time to get out of the way. But if I'm already healing, then the Baldur Shell will take the hit for me. And so, but if the little nova doesn't appear on top of me, then I've managed to sneak in 2 heals. Another thing is, after staggering the boss, sometimes I'll heal more than once. Ow. Sometimes I'll heal more than is good for me as well, because I'm need to have better reactions to stop healing at the right time. But sometimes when the boss gets staggered, I'll double heal after that. And if it's the throwing daggers, sometimes I'll get a 2nd or even 3rd heal in there. Okay, out of Baldur's Shell. 5's the threshold. Oh, no. Okay, 5's the threshold I want to be at for masks. Stagger. Ow. Oh no, I'm dead. Yeah. So, Yeah, doing bosses on Radiant definitely overcharmed. I've been doing Ascended Pure Vessel for the last like 2.5 Hollow Knight streams. When I stream, come on, I meant to Descending Dark and also not walk too far into the spike. That's bad. Let's see. Oh yeah, I was saying about how I'm using Balder Shell. I'm not trying to heal at bad times or in bad positioning, but sometimes I do. But on Pure Vessel, I'm trying to use it to have particular times when I can. Ow. When I might be able to sneak in an extra heal. The other thing that conceptually I think it might be useful for, although maybe only to a small degree, is during the tentacles. Now if I'm playing properly... Ow. Oh no. Yep. If I'm playing properly, I think I should be jumping over that. Usually double jumping. But with my habits of how I respond to the other attacks, a lot of times I won't be jumping fast enough. Hi. Oftentimes I'll see the boss teleport and immediately dash towards them. I guess my mind is thinking they're gonna throw daggers like that, but when it does the tentacles, then I don't really have time to double jump. Ah, I meant to Descending Dark. Got to phase 2 for the first time. Nice. Nice. Yeah, phase 2... Are you still talking about phase 2 Sly, or... For phase 2 Sly, I find Mark of Pride really helpful. Although you could also use other sources of damage like Weaver Song or possibly Sharp Shadow, although I think that one's also less reliable. Yeah, okay, Sly, yeah. Yeah, I think Weaver Song and maybe things like Sharp Shadow are possible to get some damage in other than Nail. Though my preferred method is definitely with Mark of Pride. Ow. Bad timing. I needed to not heal a second time on that. Sacrificing a ball of shell for a second heal, basically, on that time. Ow. I hit it when I dashed into the daggers. Oh. Oh, okay. We're good. Positioning. Okay. 2 heals. Final Balder Shell knock. Oh, yeah, but. Okay. Right, the other thing I was talking about. I think I finished those topics, at least without something else being said. Yeah, the other thing I was talking about was about philosophy. Ow. Where was I? Wrong. Boy. Ow. Oh yeah. So one of the arguments against free will, and I think it's a fairly reasonable argument, is that okay, well, it's essentially a regression argument. Say, let's take a trivial choice, for example. Let's say, do I want to buy... What flavor of ice cream do I want to get? Let's say, do I want to get mint or cookies and cream? And in some sense, it's kind of arbitrary, but we might say, well, I like one more over the other. Well, I actually happen to like them fairly equally. So we can ask, okay, why did I decide to get one over the other in a particular instance? Now, maybe I say, well, I had mint and now I had mint earlier and now I want cookies and cream today. Or maybe, right, I'm sick of mint at the moment. Or maybe I say something like, I'm eating the ice cream with something else, and I like this combination of flavors better than the other. There are things... Oh, no. there are different things you can say, but when you give reasons like that, you might say something like, well, those reasons, you didn't choose those reasons. You chose which type of ice cream, maybe, but did you choose the reason you chose? And if you didn't, then did you really make a free choice there? Okay. Well, sort of the way it might go is, I don't know. Maybe you do have, well, the thing is, maybe you have reasons for those reasons, and so you chose the reasons you chose, but maybe do those reasons have reasons, and do those reasons have reasons? So the idea is a regression problem. Well, I think it's an okay argument, but I actually think that in some sense there's a way in which it's backwards, because let's say you get down to a reason because I felt like it. If you have a reason like I felt like it, and I don't have any particular reason, I can't pin down any particular reason for feeling like it, then what you've got there is Alex O'Connor on a Cosmic Skeptic, that's a YouTube channel, made this kind of regression argument in a video that was arguments against free will, but if I'm remembering correctly, it was actually more specific than that. It was arguments against the coherency of free will. And like so the regression problem, it might give us reason to think that, okay, if you've got a regress of possible reasons you make choices and reasons for those reasons, it's quite possible to boil down to a reason that's essentially deterministic. But it's also possible to boil down to a reason of, well, I just felt like it. And that doesn't solve the problem of determinism or not. Because the determinist will think that maybe it's only arbitrary to a certain degree that you can't tell. It's, okay, your brain was in a particular state at that time, and you couldn't tell from your brain state whether... Oh, as an aside, I just gotta say, I love when I get the double parry against Pure Vessel's triple slash. It just feels really good. Like, usually I'm dashing, shadow dashing through the triple slash anyways, but sometimes the spacing's wrong. Anyways, it's just satisfying to double parry. Partially because it's so difficult. Yeah, there I should have just dashed through, I think. Yeah, see here I'm losing focus because I'm talking about stuff. Let's see. Oh yeah. So as an argument, sort of, maybe you think of it as a statistical argument. At one level, it's a statistical argument of sometimes you have reasons, and your reasons for your reasons end up in something that's pretty much deterministic. And, well, other times though, you have reasons that are just like, well, I just felt like it. Well, the determinist would certainly argue that, oh, that was bad. That because I felt like it boils down to some, let's say, neurochemical state, and that actually it was deterministic all along. And so, at that level, as an argument against free will, well, that's also fine. But what it fails is as an argument against the coherency of free will, right? Because when we've got a regression problem like this, reasons for reasons for reasons, and eventually you boil it down to there's some final reason, at least that one can consciously point to, even if there are hidden reasons behind that. If I recall, the argument he was making was that this type of regression problem meant that free will conceptually was incoherent. Well, actually, he's got that backwards. Because, and here's why. It's the regression problem of are there reasons for reasons only has two possibilities. Either there are hidden reasons, or there aren't. If there are hidden reasons, well, actually, the situation hasn't changed. What you still have is a regression problem, and the question is, does it boil down to a reason that's deterministic, or a reason that's I felt like it, and we don't. And then the question is, like neurobiologically, neurochemically, is that determined or not? And we could get into quantum mechanics and stuff, but I'll get to that later because I've got a progression of points that I am working through here. I think I could have avoided sacking a boulder shell there. I think I was fast enough. After the fact, I saw. Before, I wasn't as confident. Okay. Sack a boulder shell to get to the 5 mass threshold. Okay. Yeah, so there are two possible things here. Either there is a hidden reason behind it, behind the last known reason, or there isn't. Possibly the hidden reason could go back to, well, at least the beginning of the universe. It's possible. It's possible. Though again, it hasn't been proven here. The other possibility, that there is no reason behind, that there is some final reason for a choice that was made, actually does not lend itself to the incoherency of free will. Let's see if I can explain why well enough. Oh, right. Oh, actually, it might count as an argument against the incoherency of free will in one sense. It's the idea that if you make a choice, the idea that there's always a reason for your choice. Oh, it's like this. If there's always a reason for your choice and you can regress reasons back forever, then that's deterministic. And if there's no reason for your choice, then is that really free will? Are you really choosing something in a meaningful way? Well, essentially the question boils down to, is I felt like it a valid reason or not in terms of free will? As well as does I felt like it, well, on top of does I felt like it boil down to a hidden reason or not. But the incoherency argument, well, it has to be that it has to cover both, because if it was coherent in one option but not the other, then it becomes the question, is there a hidden reason or not? We don't know yet, until later arguments, let's say. And I realize I'm sort of rambling here, repeating myself a lot, and that's because it's both because my focus is split on the boss, and because it's... If I were talking to someone in person, I would certainly repeat less, because I'd be getting their responses live, and basically I could see what points they agree with and what points I need to go over more closely, and well, it's also because my thought, at least for talking about it, even if not just thinking about it, is still developing, let's say. Right. My position was just wrong there. Okay. Okay. So the question then is something like because I felt like it, or some similarly reducible conceptual final reason that isn't, if we can conceptualize a reason that isn't deterministic, that is a final reason for something, for a choice, then can those be can that be meaningfully thought of as free will? Well, that's the question. Oh, but the argument that was made... Well, let's see. Yeah, it's like this. I think it's what's called begging the question. I mean, if we have a infinite regression of reasons, that's deterministic. That one definitely holds up. But to say that something like, because I felt like it is not a valid reason that we can construe as being free, as how to say, as being consonant with the idea of free will. Well, essentially, it's to say it's not consonant with, it's not consonant with free will because it's not consonant with free will. It's begging the question. Or actually, well, you could also say begging the definition, maybe. That's not a term that's commonly used like begging the question is, but I think it could work. Let's see. Yeah, essentially that comes down to begging the question. Now the next... Okay, finally moving on. Because I've... Ow. I've labored the point enough that... Well, I've labored the point enough. Okay, moving on to the topic of quantum mechanics and free will. Okay, so determinists will argue along the lines of this. Okay, quantum mechanics, if we're understanding it right, is essentially has some randomness baked in. Well, essentially what's meant by that, although maybe people are not entirely clear that they actually mean this, but what's meant by that is essentially we can't actually determine this. It's if we had enough right, the Newtonian view is if we did have enough information about all the particles, we could theoretically perfectly predict... Ow. We could theoretically perfectly predict the future. What seems to be the case when we think that quantum mechanics is essentially random is that there's no hidden variables that we could find that we could make perfect predictions with. And so the idea with quantum mechanics is that essentially what randomness seems to mean in quantum mechanics is that it is not only pragmatically unpredictable, but metaphysically unpredictable. Well, determinists will often argue along the lines of quantum mechanics can't be how free will works because just randomness can't really be considered free will. If I'm choosing at random, that's not really my choice, is it? But the problem is that even at this level there's begging the question. How do you know quantum mechanics is random? Well, we know it's, or at least we have very good reasons to believe, that it isn't deterministic. But that doesn't say whether it's random or whether there's something like choice involved. For example, or rather, in essence, yeah, not for example, in essence, if it were the free choice of some being to do something quantum mechanically, have this quantum mechanical outcome or that one, then how would we know whether it was random or whether it was some choice? Fundamentally, we couldn't. And so arguing that quantum mechanics isn't how free will works because it's random is not an argument. It's just circular. As for that, well, it's not like we've solved the question of free will. All I can say is that after that, I think free will is tenable. It's a position one can consistently hold and not be contradictory. That being said, I also think determinism is, or no free will, I think is also tenable. Well, to go further with this, though, I think conceptually there are three ideas for, if I guess you could say, cause and effect. Right? One can say an effect happens from deterministic causes, and conceptually, this is tenable, that there are such things as deterministic causes. I can say that I think conceptually it's tenable to think that there are causes that are causes that are free choice, and I think conceptually we can conceive of the idea of causes, of random causes. So what I think about the universe is, okay, I think definitely there are some deterministic causes. Now, one of the skeptical philosophers, David Hume, I think had some problems with the idea of cause and effect, if I'm remembering correctly, but it's I think cause and effects, that there exists deterministic cause and effect. I think that makes sense. Now, no good. Oh, and I'm dead. There I go. But of course, the question is it all deterministic cause and effect, or is there something else? So I think of this as what I call a tripole composition diagram. Similar to, like, there are soil diagrams where, based on the amounts of different types of different sizes of soil particles. I'm trying to remember. Okay, well, anyways. I think it's a tripole composition diagram where the universe exists, or the universe exists somewhere on this diagram of what are the possible causes for things. A deterministic universe, conceptually, would be at one corner of the diagram. A universe where there is no deterministic process. Let's say well, I label the poles this: hard determinism, pure randomness, and self-creationist freedom is what I label the poles. Well, I think, based on what I've said so far, one can see essentially how those would be defined. But to give some context, I think most materialists probably place somewhere on the determinism randomness axis. There are a certain amount of causes that are deterministic and some amount that are random with quantum mechanics. The Newtonians, of course, would place at hard determinism. A lot of theistic worldviews, a lot of religious worldviews would likely place somewhere on the determinism free will axis, or they would include determinism and free will. Maybe they would or wouldn't include some amount of randomness. I think most that I know of, like Christian theologies, I guess, probably wouldn't include randomness. And then there are some versions of solipsism, though not all kinds of solipsism, but I think some versions of solipsism would place on the randomness free will axis. That is, there is no such thing as a deterministic cause and effect. That one I find, well, the idea of there being no deterministic cause and effect as part of our cause-effect composition strikes me as untenable unless one is a solipsist of a particular kind, say. And there are basically two reasons. Well, basically there's one reason, and that is if you have more than one person, more than one consciousness, then there's going to be some sort of okay, actually it's a bit complicated after all. Okay, first I'll go with this. First, regardless of solipsism or not, I don't think a position on this composition diagram of pure randomness is very tenable. Or no, not pure randomness. Yeah, pure random. I don't think a position of pure randomness is tenable, because there are certain patterns of experience, I guess what you'd call epiphenomena, and ow, dagnabbit. And there's the question of how malleable is information? Well, then there's also the question of if information is malleable, what's doing the mallying? And probably that wouldn't be random. Probably it doesn't make sense. So probably, so I say that pure randomness is pretty untenable. Okay, well, what about... Well, it also seems to be the case that, from what we understand of quantum mechanics, hard determinism, or what's sometimes called superdeterminism, may also be untenable. Depends, though. And then what I am calling here self-creationist free will... it's a bit harder to say it's untenable, but I still think it's pretty untenable. Certainly if you're a solipsist, I think it's untenable. So... and the reason I think it's untenable as a solipsist is the problem of evil, or the problem of pain. See, I'm suffering right now against this boss, right? Well, if cause and effect were only what I'm calling self-creationist free will, then why would I choose to suffer, right? Well, if you're not a solipsist, it's a little more tenable because maybe someone else is choosing for you to suffer. But it seems to be the case that if there are choices, then they would likely be related to consciousness, and because, as I discussed earlier, I think that I take the axiom that that consciousnness is discrete. There are discrete conscious beings, and not a reductionist approach, because it seems to me statistically untenable. For arguments I've laid out before, right? Then if there are... Actually, there's a bit more to the argument here. I think the notion that there are discrete consciousnesses is... even if it's not the strongest, it's the strongest idea that I have. The reductionistic emergence approach, I think, is weaker than there being discrete conscious entities. Well, if there are discrete conscious entities, well, we can ask a question of, did these consciousnesses, were they created by something, or did they always exist? Now, there's a lot of problems with the religious view of creation ex nihilo, I think. And I think the idea of creation ex nihilo is actually fundamentally a religious idea. Or, actually, no, I don't think it's fundamentally a religious idea. I think belief in it is tied more closely to religious beliefs than not. Because if a physicist says something like, the universe was created out of nothing, typically they don't really mean nothing. Well, I think there's a corruption of language there, frankly. On the... You know, you've got the hard atheist types, like Dawkins and Dennett and I forget who the other popular ones were, but like the hard atheists, the militant atheists. Actually, maybe I've got it wrong. Maybe it's not the militant atheists per se, but some of the cosmologists that also are atheists and possibly militant atheists, I think, will use the term, will use this universe created out of nothing, but they don't mean nothing in the philosophical sense. They mean something like a foam of quantum potential, right? Well, that's not nothing. So that's not creation ex nihilo. Well, there are also problems with saying God created the universe ex nihilo. Personally, I don't think it's coherent at all. I think it goes like this. I think the argument goes something like this. God created the universe, but he didn't create it out of his own substance, such that it's not the case that the universe is God. God and the universe are different things, but God was the first thing, or the only thing existing in and of itself. Well, the problem is, I think that it's meaningful to say in my, what I mentioned earlier, what I called the world in the abstract frame of systems, or system space, that in any system there exists space, matter, and law, let's say. Well, regardless of this, let's say, first God as this conceptually as a first existing thing, or only self-existing being, let's say, conceptually, does God exist as space, or as matter, or as law? Any one of those as a sole thing? Or does he exist as some combination of those things? And when I say law here, I mean, conceptually, I'm not discluding free will as a possible cause of things, and so as a possible law. Whether it is or not, right? I'm not discluding it for the purposes of this. Well, I consider all matter to exist within space, even if the space is just defined as space that fits this matter, whether it be a point or some shape or something. And then, if we also want to say that God isn't a static thing, I mean, if it were, again, if we want to say the universe isn't a static thing, then probably it makes the most sense to also say there is such a thing as law. Okay. So supposing then that there exists God conceptually as a first existent thing, or the only self-existent thing, say, then I think my framework of space, matter, and law works descriptively. I think I've defined it broadly enough and so that it's powerful enough to allow that. Then, if God creates the universe, then what has been done, was the space for the universe there and not already God? Well, we're already said that at the beginning, God is the thing that exists and nothing exists outside God. So, if there exists a space for the universe already, then that would have been... Okay, yeah, it's like this. We say, okay, the space itself must have been created, but by what law? See, if the space... If a space that had what I guess I'll call the shape of the universe didn't exist, then there must be some combination of space and law, and perhaps matter, that would cause a space to be able to develop. That's the space of the universe. Well, if there's a combination of matter and law, or of space and law that does that, and if at the beginning that is all something that is part of God, then would it not be right to say that it was created from God? But the Christian, let's say the Christians who believe in ex nihilo, will say that's a heresy. No, the universe is not God. It was not created out of the substance of God. Or at least right now it isn't the substance of God. Yeah, it wasn't created out of the substance of God. Then, if it wasn't that, if it exists, then it must have either already existed or been created by some other means. But again, what other means? If God is all that exists, then all the law is within God. So it's incoherent. There's a contradiction here. So that's just wrong. Even if we said that, okay, there wasn't matter in the way we think of the matter of the universe, and even if there wasn't space in the way we think of space-time, there was still something, some abstract space-matter law, potential, from which, hypothetically, God created the universe, if it didn't already exist. Well, then we would say that the universe was created out of something that was, I guess you'd call it proto-universe. Right, so if one holds that God created the universe, either it was something created out of himself, or when we say created, we actually don't mean created like created ex nihilo. We say something like organized, ordered, we mean something like order out of chaos. But the chaos, something, already existed. Well, that's the creationist view. Or something like it, eh? Well, there's no way to get around the idea that there was always something, whether that's God or the universe. If it makes sense to have the word always, then it's the only tenable is to say that something always existed. There never was a state of nothing existed. It's incoherent. Well, this is fun though, because we get an eternal regression problem. Well, we have something like an eternal regression. Well, okay, we probably have something like an eternal regression. There was a discussion I watched between William Lane Craig and Alex O'Connor. It was a debate type of discussion from a theist and an atheist perspective. In particular, I know William Lane Craig's a Christian. I don't necessarily know what, I guess, subcategory of Christian. And Alex O'Connor is an atheist, or at least an agnostic. And the part I'm remembering here is the part I'm remembering here is that William Lane Craig believed that eternal regression is incoherent. Now, William Lane Craig says that William Lane Craig's idea to avoid a eternal regression is that God existed and not the universe, because the universe, is a thing that changes, and then God is a thing that stays the same. And so the idea is because he believes an eternal regression is actually, I don't remember whether he thinks it's incoherent. I think so, or whether he thinks it's wrong but plausible but not incoherent. I think he thinks it's incoherent, if I remember rightly. Well, I can maybe could get into why he thinks it's incoherent later. But that would be later. Pure Vessel fell on top of me when it staggered. Oi. That's annoying. Oh, I totally forgot the earlier topic of self-creationist free will being untenable. Well, I'll just say, yeah, it's untenable if you're a solipsist. And if not, maybe it's tenable, but maybe not. Right. Well, because I was discussing this now, right. Say William Lane Craig believes that eternal regression is untenable. Well, the universe is always changing. There's this cause and effect thing. So that would lead to regression being a problem that has to be contended with, or something that's in effect. And so what William Lane Craig believes is that the universe is changing, God is unchanging. God as an unchanging thing existed first and avoids eternal regression by being unchanging. But God created the universe, which is changing, but the universe didn't always exist. Well, I think William Lane Craig gets into trouble here, because if God is an unchanging being, then can he do something like create? Does it make sense? Like, can we conceive of something that is well, essentially, can we conceive of something that is unchanging that causes something? I don't think we can. I think the argument to quote-unquote prove this, it would probably be pretty subtle and difficult if I were to put it in words, to attempt to convince someone like William Lane Craig. Yeah, if I were trying to convince someone that it's not possible to have something that is static, but that creates something or acts somehow, I think probably it's a contradiction in terms, honestly. Oh, no. Dang it! That timing. But also knowing that William Lane Craig is a Christian, and I know that it's certainly not uncommon. I think it's quite common, but it's certainly not uncommon for Christians to believe in creation ex nihilo. Well, supposing, I actually don't know if William Lane Craig believes in creation ex nihilo, but suppose one does, then Well, it's just well, first off, I think it's just untenable on its own. But then to say something like, okay, actually, that's right. Here's where I was going. If we believe God created the universe but didn't create it out of himself in some manner, then you'd have to believe in creation ex nihilo. But by definition already, it's untenable. It's a contradiction. So what I think the more, I guess you could call them sophisticated Christians, either believe that God created the universe out of himself or out of an existing potential. But we can define things in a way, and, you know, these Christians, maybe they wouldn't. Maybe they'd be okay with it. It depends. But fundamentally, if you got some existing potential, well, I think that's... you could call it something like a proto-universe, or I would say that actually, no, the universe wasn't created. It was always there. It just had a different form. If we're not saying, if we're saying that God didn't create the universe out of himself, then we're saying that the universe always existed. Well, in part, it's a definitional thing, but it's fine. It has so much reach. Ow. Well, for me, I just say, regardless of God or not, what I say is the universe always existed, and I don't think eternal regression is a problem. I think it's just fine. Well, basically, you could say it's because I don't think anything that would say no eternal progression, or no eternal regression. Yes, regression. No eternal regression. I don't think any philosophy that would try to claim that can be consistent. Yeah. Well, that's all I have to say for now, certainly. I'll end after this fight. dark. Ah, yeah, bet. Healing, healing, healing. Nah. I really want to get to 5. Yeah, bet. Woohoo! Capped my 5. Alright. Alright. Well, that's it then.